Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Mystic Moon. We're having a little technical difficulties today. And we just want I think it's the third time I've tried. And something is off. Finally, the third time is a good one. And so try. If you don't succeed, yes, it's true. Try again. Well, how are you tonight? How are the heavens and creation treating you? It seems as though on Earth we've been getting a bum deal lately. A bum deal on this planet. People are just going nuts, or at least our leaders, apparently, seem to be leading us in a nutty manner. In more than a nutty manner, in an insane manner. In the United States, we seem to be going on this huge, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, and I'm going to chop your head off type of thing if you don't do what I say. Now, that heavy-handed approach has long been the history of the United States, starting with the indigenous people that lived here. As far as the American public knows about the people that were here before the immigrants came in 1700s, or the 1600s, or even the 1500s, depending on who you read about, who started the USA. The country was inhabited by savages, until the Europeanized, colonialized way, European stakeholders came and gave the United States, and the civilization of Europe to rubber stamp them to civilization. Basically, that's the whole thing in a nutshell. So many, you can even see in the old movies the callousness in which the indigenous people were mocked and treated. We're not into that right now. Right now, we're asking another question. Keeping along this crazy thing, is Germany's nuts as well, and they have their own warlock history or warring history. I'll put it that way. There's so much violence going on, so much do it my way or gabang. And everyone's striving to be the top dog. Like, who is more important? What religion? What nationality? What system of governance? To me, they appear to be all the same. Either you're on the top or you're on the bottom. You either own everything or you own nothing. That's the way that it's blending into. And that suffrage, that cause seems to be yodeling from one end of the round earth to the other end of the round earth, north, south, east, west. And right now we're into a phase of like artificial intelligence. Technology will save us, not us, the people of the different countries, but the technology. Now, it seems like half the world is watched, more than half the world has watched a lot of anime, read a lot of manga from the Japanese, from the Koreans, from the Chinese. And anyone who has read a lot of that stuff, they know that there's been a lot of futuristic, dystopic realities explored in that genre. I mean, whereas in the United States, we've had Daffy Duck, we had Bugs Bunny, we have a lot of like Transformers, a lot of like stiff stuff, not a lot of like speculation. If it wasn't a copy from the Koreans, from the Chinese, from the Japanese, of where it's going, where it should go. Anyway, it seems as though, regardless of that fact, the tech bros, the tech organization and technology of organization part of the country has had a willing ear and the right pen strokes to bring about this whole talking of AI. Artificial intelligence is far superior than any human. It can do things faster, better, and cheaper. In other words, you don't have to pay for these people to eat, take breaks, poop, anything. A machine can go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay, this is a little too much, glamour. It's like going to a wedding festival. All you can do is come there and eat, 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 eat free food, without taking into significance all the details that goes into such a happening. The same thing with AI. Too much. This is becoming a religion. You will lose your job in 6 months. That is what is being told by many leaders of banking and other types of fields. Even the government. But don't worry. You have trillionaires telling you you will have universal basic income. We can't even have food. In the United States, they have food stamps, and I think that you're only allowed to have it once every 3 years, provided you find work. But of course, everybody's losing their jobs. There's layoffs, and these layoffs are important because they say small businesses are going bankrupt, large businesses are going bankrupt. There's more bankruptcy happening than ever, but yet you are supposed to be able to lose your job. You're going to be losing your job to the magnificence of artificial intelligence. What do you think about artificial intelligence? AI, cute little names for it. AI. Now that's kind of like a scary subject if you have never been unemployed or you've been employed, or if you have your own business. I mean, it's like these are changes happening. Yes, changes are happening because people are relying more and more on machines than on each other. We're in an era of zero trust, and we're also in an era of being bullies. Bullies. One nation is bullying another and another and another, just because they can. Because there can be only one. Only one leader, only one strong guy in the room. There's no round table approach. Now, under these war, and AI is going to take your job, what do you think is going to happen? Can you smell it? Can you smell what's going to happen? Well, think of it this way. When keep on calling him Bush, when Trump took office from Biden, Sleepy Joe, he was remarking how bad shape the military and the country was in. Well, while the Secretary of Defense became the Secretary of War. And Trump has been saying, Canada, join the USA. Mexico, join the USA. He's been saying, Greenland, I want your cold, refrigerated properties. I want the Panama Canal. I want Venezuela oil. I want Mexico's silver mines. I want Colombia. Under the pretense of narcotics. Well, narcotics is a big deal in the United States. I'm sure in Germany and other places. Look at the streets of the cities, the great cities of the United States. Look at the streets of the great cities of, for instance, Germany. It's called ruination. Junk, trash, people all drugged out. Whose fault is that? It's the individual countries. And they're saying it's because of immigration. Well, there was a reason for the immigration. The reason for the immigration was to stock the armies. And once the people themselves realize the deal, no job, because AI is going to take your job, then of course, what is the perfect AI take your job recruiting slogan? You always have a job with us, United States. You can join the military. We'll take care of your room, board, and give you clothes. And you could serve your country, which is why, hence, all these war zones, right? These war zones. And until they have the grid, the electrical grid, the data centers, and everything in the fusion centers all down packed, It's just kind of like a dream. It's a wet dream. It's a wet dream for guys. It's a wet dream. Because the earth is a moving, living organism. It is. It is. In a different way. But it is. And we do have earthquakes. We have tornadoes. We have weather warfare. All right. We have weather warfare. And we also have a fragile ecosystem in terms of, if you bomb it enough on the tectonic plates, you can get repercussions. If you stir up enough wind, you put enough chemicals in the sky, you can have torrential floods and tornadoes. Destruction. Destruction, destruction, destruction. There's lots of things that could happen, right? But then again, if you have no job, but the military is saying, hey, AI took your job, but you can have a job with us. Come on, show your loyalty. Show your loyalty. And you think of the alternatives, right? You don't have a job. You've lost your housing, right? What do you got? The cardboard box? You got the tent? You got the RV? You got your car? Or you got like a cockroach hotel, right? Not very good choices. Stinks, stinks, stinks. And then we have all this security everywhere. Watching. Well, it's almost as though you have a choice. Join the military and watch people, or don't join the military and be watched and be herded into some sort of, disposable FEMA camp. If you do not have a job, they're making it hard. And then with the food prices, the housing prices, all these things, and it's not things that are going to make you feel good. They're not things that are going to make you feel good. Think about this hell on wheels that's or on steroids or testosterone, whatever you want to call it. So let's just see, is this AI replacing your job? Coming to get your job? Is this really on the level? Or is it some kind of slick military recruitment pitch? Pitch. Military recruitment pitch. I bet you didn't think of that one necessarily. You're so busy and we're kept in fear, or we're going to lose our job. What jobs are available? All right, so I'm going to take some of these and let's cut through this. Let's cut through this, okay? Is AI coming for your job a military recruitment pitch? Is it? Let's pick about 5 of these cards and let's see. What do you think? Is it smells? Does it smell with all these wars? How are we going to have? Okay, I'm not saying we can't throw, retail drones over to. We're not in a drone warfare. We can't throw them over in Nigeria. We can't throw them over in Venezuela. We cannot. But the fact of having hunky guys in military clothes falling from a helicopter or like coming from one of those naval boats. I mean, it's the look. It's the theater. Which is the same thing about AI. AI is nowhere conditioned at this point yet to do squat. Really to do squat. Yes, it could make a smoothie. It could fry a hamburger. It could call you. Hello. Hi, this is Jill. I'm your friendly AI. I will take care of you. And you're talking to your toaster oven. And that's supposed to make you feel all mushy and squeezy. But it doesn't. It doesn't cut it. Real person, human, please. Now it's up to us. Because remember, human likes human. Okay, so you can go out and talk to your car. Car, tell me how I feel tonight. I'm all by myself. I have no date tonight. Oh, car. Where should we go, car? Does that sound like something that you could look forward to? Does that sound like something that you like, I'm going to love talking to my car, my refrigerator, my computer, my telephone. Oh, and then the miracle of talking to another person who's not plugged into Alexa, Gemini, ChatBTTO, whatever it's called. I mean, when it's like somehow the computer could do it so much better. And then what's going to happen when we live in this homogenized world of dealing with one software program to another software program? It's called blah, blah. A world with no space. At least I can say, gee, that stupid person or that really sweet person, I can say these things. What am I going to say? That stupid machine voice, that stupid CGI and computer generated image, hologram told me this. Well, it's the difference between your teddy bear, a childhood teddy bear that you used to have, and going and seeing a real bear. That's the difference. Now, how many... They're trying to get us to play with dolls, teddy bears, grown people playing with these things. Is that a success story? It smells, doesn't it? It smells like war recruitment, because we're being fed a lot of blarney. And the first thing we get here for this is the fool. The fool. Huh. See, we'd be okay, that's right away. In a way, you could take the fool as being whatever image, whatever stakes in the game that you have to throw on the barbecue grill, you will. Or whatever stakes in the poker game, you got to put that straight face and you're not going to tell people what's in your hand because you have got to keep that poker face. AI is coming for your job. You will have no job, you poor little white collar, blue collar, scary little chipmunks, squirrels. You will have nothing. AI will take it all. The great God of AI. That's the line, the fool. So we can see we're having the fool here first. All right? We're having the fool. Let's put that here. The next thing. All right. The next thing we have here is the Page of Pentacles. The idea that more money, more time. Oh, you don't worry. If you own a business, you can get your robots, you can get your software, and you're in the chips. And if you're not having a small business, well, you're going to get all this playtime. So you can sit there and play with all your devices. Your hologram girlfriend, boyfriend, partner, cat, dog, farm, right? Or you can have well, your meds, of course, to keep you from being anxious. You see where it's going? This is like the Page of Pentacles. You'll get universal basic income. Crap. That's crap. Who's to tell you how much money you need and you don't need? Who? Elon Musk, the trillionaire? Bush. I keep wanting to say Bush. Trump, a billionaire. Get billionaires and trillionaires and even little millionaires telling you how to spend your 2 cents. So you got, let's say, 12, 20K a year, right? Poor food, synthetic food, 3D printed proteins, substitutes, meats, fish, whatever, beans. Stinks, doesn't it? But the money, you're going to have that money and you won't have to get up 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning and trudge off to a job that's boring because a software program or a robot is going to be doing it for you. Yay! So this is that whole schemy thing. The money involved, the savings of your time, energy, and this. Now, this is where the recruitment thing comes in. Now, that's how they first were like going to say, oh, the money. They're thinking of it two sides because the U.S. governments and all the other governments are trying to say, hey, we can, since AI is taking your job, you got to do something with yourself. You can't be a complete couch potato, a basement, a bottom feeder. No, you got to get out there and have meaning. Join the military, join the Navy, the Army, What else is there? The Marines, the tech force, they got it all covered now. They want you to feel worthless because AI is taking your job. You have no job, but you have one with the military. It's just a matter of time to let that ouch, oochie, that ouch of like, oh my God, my life sucks. I'm so depressed. What am I doing this for? And then, of course, you're going to have plenty of marijuana. Marijuana, smoking, cannabis, pot, dope. And then, of course, you can have your meds for more serious things, prescription. I mean, in the United States, they have like you can take your heroin and your cocaine, whatever is your thing. All right, you see, it's a matter of time. If they don't get you with your sense of dignity and self-worth, they're going to make sure that you have a habit, and it's legal in many states. It's legal. Anything to keep you poor little knuckleheads quiet. Well, they put in the grid. They put in the smart grid, the electrical grid. They put down one more ionized radiation, 5G, 6G, 7G. It's never going to stop. And take these medications, this, and that. Life is not going to get better with abundance, as they say. AI, the god of the religion of abundance, is going to bring. It's a sales pitch. AI is a sales pitch at the state. Now, keep in mind, the United States, there's something that's been a study that said 130 million people in the United States, living, breathing, 4-chamber heart, bipeds, are functioning at a 5th grade or below level. 5th grade, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. I'm counting my fingers now. 5th grade level. Duh. That sounds pretty stupid, doesn't it? So that's exactly how they're thinking of all of us are in that level. You don't need an education. Oh, no. Join a trade. Be a plumber. Keep your head in somebody else's toilet all the time. Not even to think twice that they will all... How many inventive toilets are there? Excuse me? How many? How many waste management systems that are so colossally unique that they wouldn't have a master system for each and every one of them? How many electrical grids are so different? They're all the same. It's going to be so easy. Excuse me. It's going to be so easy for a robot or software program just to go boink, bink, 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 bink. It's done. Now, and also to the people that say, oh, you should get a trade. Now, how many of these people, they don't value communication skills, reading, writing, adding, subtraction, geometry, physics, and so forth and so on? How many of their offspring are like, unplugging somebody's toilet, right? How many? Not many. So, again, this is where the self-worth, the ego, this sounds very much like a plan, doesn't it? The Fool, the Page of Pentacles, another high card, the Hangman, wait and see. It's a timing card. And then we have here the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles. The plotting of the marketing pitch. How to get the people all aroused to join the military. Now, we do know that level that they're asking people to join on is nothing more than a meat grinder. It's not the days of Charlemagne, Constantinople, and others that went into Mark Antony, that went into were battle-ready people. I mean, they went into battle. Oh, no, they're going to sit comfy, cozy in their little doomsday bunkers while they direct you to go ahead and go do the footwork. Because you should be happy to do that because you'll be getting your food, housing, clothing, and whatnots. So the idea, the brains behind this, me, myself, and I, it's not going to enrich you or I. It's dubious, very dubious, very dubious. And you want to, I'm American, protect the country. I'm a German, protect the country. I'm Chinese, I protect. Okay, we're going to have all that kind of drum beats. Again, who gets rich off of what and what is really going on other than total control? Total control. Free will? Free thought? AI was coming for your job, so you are in the military. You must do what I say. Surrender, you knaves. Surrender to my Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles. Wrath. Desires. Will or whims. It's very strange. They both start with a W. Will or whims. In other words, it sounds very plausible, doesn't it? And then we have the Three of Swords. Three of Swords. The Three of Swords. This almost, doesn't it seem as though we have something, we've hit upon something? We've hit upon something, haven't we? That they're going to use this job apocalypse, job holocaust, job massacre, job scarcity as a pitch for military enrollment. What else are they going to do with people? I mean, frankly, how much dope can you smoke? How much pizza can you eat? How long can you sit in your lazy boy chair without your backside looking like some sort of pre-baked pizza dough? How much depression can you take? How much depression can you take? And this is the unseen or the heartbreak of the whole matter. War. You must have people for the war effort. At least this country educated you and fed you into this and that and this and that, and you can't get off your lazy backside and support the cause. What is the cause? I don't know what the cause is. What is the cause? Might makes right, because we can think of you as non-entities, or as you people as not worthy of breathing the same air that we breathe. This not only speaks of beyond hierarchy, it just speaks of you people are soil under my shoe. Now we've heard that many times in history, recorded history. And a lot of unrecorded history, we've heard of that too. We heard of that too. Wow. Three of Swords. That could be that's the and we have this Four of Pentacles. That underlying message. Wait time. The Page of Pentacles. And we have the Fool. Don't you see we're being gamed? We're being gamed. It's almost as though that MAGA movement, Make America Great Again. Now, how much has really gone into this past year of Make America Great Again, really made the streets better, the cities better, the highways, the roads, the bridges, the schools, the education, the food. We haven't had it better. It's just progressively a continuation of worse. You can't go into anything without paying $5 to $7 for one thing. One thing, and I'm not talking, I mean, of course, I'm sure if you're buying like, some animal part, steak or, hamburger meat, I'm sure it's much more than that I just mentioned. Now look at this. This screen seems to be thumping, 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 beating, beating, beating. It's thumping with anticipation. It's thumping with a heartbeat. It's thumping with a heartbeat because we're on to something. We're on to something, cosmic dwellers. We're on to something. Can't you just see? You listen, listen, listen to what? Stories, games, playtime. Playtime that's seeking to become relevant reality. Seeking is not there yet. All this BS about the capabilities of this and that, it's a young business. It's a young business. And of course, they have things out of their grab bag they haven't shown the masses. Yes, yes, true. But we're already in a state of humanization. Human, like, who are you? Or, you're going to take me or you're going to do something to me. We already have a bad zero trust, absolute barbarism right now. Barbarism. If women aren't made into sex workers, men aren't making into indecisive pansies, and if the blurring of this and that and this and that, we're in a crude state. The West is in decline now. Instead of building up our reserve, because we do have the reserves, because we have people that want to see ourselves better, not at the expense of killing other people. However, that's not the popularly pushed. I'm going to show them. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. That's the attitude of the United States. I mean, we're having war on how many fronts? We have war. We're financing the idea, the Israeli war on the Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, or Nigeria. We're doing the Nigerian and government. We're doing with them. We're doing, we have our fingers in more than our fingers in Taiwan. We're doing directly with Venezuela, Mexico, Colombia. I mean, I've lost count. We're doing everything. And then we have a population that just wants to be sunshine on drugs, on stuff, and believing that we are the best. It seems we have a wide array of different types of negativity and positivity. Now, I think the fact that this reading ends right here on this sun, I think it says to us, yes, this AI will take your job. AI will take your job is definitely right thinking. Right thinking that it's going to be on the modus apparatus for military recruitment. Military recruitment. There's no way that you can't use it. What do they say in the Second World War? If you tell a lie often enough, big enough, then it becomes the truth, right? You tell a lie, BS lie, more and more and more and more, then there's no other way of thinking that it won't happen. And that's what they're counting on. Because AI is absolute crap right now. It's absolute crap. And having a friendly voice, talking to your machine, talk to me, it doesn't replace human contact. And anybody can go into a robot-operated machine, operated restaurant, and they can eat their hamburger, their French fries, or their milkshake. And it's funny, the celebrities that do that, they make it their point to show you, yeah, that's really great. Well, and it has at certain portions of time in our lives, we've all gone to vending machines, and you just put your coins in, you press a few buttons, and out comes your snack. Well, isn't a robot could run, let's say, restaurant or organization the same thing as a vending machine? You don't have some either cute or inept server coming up and saying, "What would you like, madam, sir, mademoiselle, whatever." No. You have some robot coming, blink, 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 blink. I'd rather have some smelly human coming up to me and going, what would I like? If I was so inclined to eat, their food or their thing, because it's fun. It's fun. It's fun to see other people. It's fun. Even if you don't like each other, it's still fun. It's the joy of being human. So, in terms of the companies that are going bankrupt, using that as an excuse that there's not going to be any jobs, hey, isn't tariffs in the United States anyway? Isn't tariffs making a big deal about replenishing your stock, getting stock, the prices that have to be paid by the companies and the consumer being the real if factor? And because people aren't buying as readily food, housing, toys, clothes as they once did, people are losing their inventory. It can't replenish their inventory. Think about the choo-choo train, the caboose part of the whole, where the engine's going. Where the engine's going. And why, if you're not going to have a job, why dress up? Or I can't afford it. Or you don't, all these factors. And then we're kind of like left with, wow. And then the military. We have here in the United States somebody someone who is very keen on trying to be, Charlemagne, trying to be Constantinople, trying to do it the United States way. Now, the United States way, what? Corrupt cities, corruption. What is the United States way anymore? I mean, I think the United States has always had tremendous potential. You have 50 states, 50 nation states that are calling themselves states. So just like Europe, that working together for a common cause. And what is the common cause? Hello. What do you think, Robert? What do you think about this? Now, don't you think that is a good, like we have something going here in the United States, but we just can't get past certain greeds. And to get past those certain greeds, we have to do a thorough examination. We have to do an internal on ourselves. And yet, we live in a society, they don't want you to do an internal on yourself. Why? Because it's not part of the program to react in any other way but one way. And again, AI or algorithms or software, you do not fit into our system. That is not the correct response. Goodbye. Boink. Now we're going to a world of more stupidity and violence, which is why hence they're telling you you're going to lose your job to AI. Don't believe it. Because the country is just falling apart. When the life leads, you can even take away, how many bees and flowers and birds have left the lands, right? That's life. Bees, birds, bugs. I'm not talking about cockroaches either. Or what's those other things? Bed weevils, bed roaches. I forgot. Help me out here. Anybody? What are those creatures called? Bed bugs. All right, same thing. Now, I'm not talking about that, dust mites, things like that. I'm talking about butterflies, grasshoppers. I'm thinking about, nature. Now, how many of those living things have already disappeared from our lands? Right? A lot. Thank you for the lights. I think that we're in a problem. We're in a real problem. And they don't seem to be wanting. It's almost as though I think we almost as though they want us to get rid of ourselves, right? Under the guise of old time war. And they're trying to put all this phony, like everybody wants what we have. What do we have in the United States? We had rampant poverty. We have a hierarchy of vast changes. We don't encourage our people to really do anything other than just follow. What better thing is that than the military? Military will put strong men and strong women. That's not the purpose. That's not the purpose. One bomb will wipe out like a whole unit, right? We're going to all be like Ukraine. We're all going to be like things like that, to hardened creatures, to like dead creatures. But our leadership in the direction where we're going. Now, even had recently, Iran is saying, I'm at war with the United States, Israel, and the European Union, right? Something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Maybe not really paraphrasing. But the point is, they're setting up the war. And that's going to have a false flag that's going to happen. And blame it on Iran and boom, 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 boom. Then you'll have the Middle East heating up again with Syria again. Lebanon again, it hasn't stopped. Gaza again hasn't stopped. And then we're going to have Venezuela again. Mexico going like, hey, wait a minute. Then we want Greenland because, we want these things, these people. So you see the way it's going for 2026, don't you? They're building it up. Smells, doesn't it? Thank you for the likes. Thank you. Yeah, they're building it up. It's a very, very dehumanizing. Well, of course, AI taking your job is already demoralizing. Oh, well, why should I do it? A machine is going to get my job in 6 months or 8 months. By the end of next year, I'm going to have no job. How am I going to pay my 50-year-old mortgage? How am I going to pay my bills, and all these things? Well, you could pay your bills if you join the army. Or we'll just put a pause on these artificialities of paying your bills. Is it worth it? And yet powerless, the people are quiet. We're quiet, but not really quiet. And all these 30 million, like under the last administration of Sleepy Joe Biden, 30 million to 50 million people just walked over the border, right? Just walked in. Now, maybe they got rid of like a few million of them. Maybe. A lot of grandstanding. We have a lot of narco police, immigration police. We have everything to keep an era of tense things so something can happen. It's like if you keep on scrambling eggs and it's not yet put in, it's not finished. You're still making the potion. All right. So right now we have like Iran all steamed up and go, ha, 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 ha. And then Iran, of course, is China. Its affiliates, China, mainly China and Russia. Mainly. Of course, there's North America, there's Pakistan, there's other things like that. And then there's anybody who realizes that either you're with me or you're against me. Now, that's kind of like dubious, because when somebody's a bully enough to say you're with me or against me, it's just a matter of time before you get put on the chopping block, before you become part of the salad, the free-for-all, the barbecue, the roast, before you're eaten too. So we have a lot of like strange things. Doesn't sound good, does it? It doesn't sound good. It doesn't even seem pliable that this would happen. That we could go into like immense chaos. I mean, what about some other country triggering off our tectonic plates? Hmm? Can you see all hell coming out at one time? What about, there's more and more agitation until the humans, the bipeds, us, until we do what we're being guided to. Warfare. We're certainly not being guided towards opulence, abundance, even though you hear those words, abundance. Abundance for some, not for all. That's the other part of the sentence. That's the other preposition. For some, not for all. Because there's too many humans. Haven't you heard that from the World Economic Forum, WEF? Too many humans on the planet. Not enough rich ones. Too many people that want to be free. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as free speech. You can't talk, you can't think, you can't anything. Shut up. Shut up. You can have a game. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. But if we're all in the military, 18 to 64, I do think or 65, I think that's the age that these places eventually get to. I mean, first they take the 18 to 26, and then the 27 to, I guess, 45, and then the 45 to 65. It's like that. It's like that. It's like that. It's not a very pleasant type of, it's not pleasant to think about these things, but this is what's happening unless we grab a hold on to like reality and we go, wait a second. So AI is going to take my job, right? And you can go, well, you're welcome to it, or kiss my grits, or whatever you want to say. But anybody is called a customer service in any of the big, chains. See how far you get with the machine, right? Not very far. Not very far. And it's frustrating. Now they're like saying, well, so what? You should be frustrated because you don't have a lot of money and you're my customer. That's kind of it. Otherwise, if they cared about us, if they would use a human. And that's not cute having a robot at your, your robot. They have a humanoid-looking robot, with a Barbie face or the Ken face. Oh, that is so sick. That is so. Play me a river. Play me a river. I have a Barbie doll who's telling me what to do. Or sex mates. They do have sex mates in these things too. You see how far we've strayed from the garden, the concept of the garden. Or we could say, yes, I punched a hole and I pressed this button on, some kind of a software that says, oh, I painted that. No, you didn't paint it. The copy machine with the button that you pressed painted it. Or the photograph. Now, it used to be about photography. You could take enough pictures, one or two of them would definitely be decent. It's true. No, but the basic skill happened. Can you sketch that? Can you sketch that? Can you develop your hand coordination to sketch that? These are the things that make us human, among other things, as well as interpreting music, as well as being friends, being there for someone, learning empathy. How is a robot or software going to teach you empathy? You're right. How is it? And you certainly aren't going to get any empathy in the military. But you can say they'll get you a job because we'll feed you, pay for you, and put your clothes and give you a place to sleep. We'll train you. Train you what? Carry a rifle, load a drone. Some people will have cushy jobs of as well as it's happened before. We've had that before, right? Drones bombing people. I think WikiLeaks was part of that whole saga. Mm. But you do know that the IP addresses or the amount of energy frequencies coming out of these data centers or these tech centers are going to be a calling card for others to drone you in the tech things, in the tech unit. So come on. There is no free lunch, so to speak. There is no benefit to unbridled, unabridged, lower energy, murderous activity. And trying to be dominant, dominant. Why is it so important to be first, dominant, superior? Is there really any superior, or are you just being a puppet, being playing in this to exterminate certain segments of the population? But we're not talking about that per se. We're talking about, again, AI, the religion AI used to be a poster for the US military, for the military recruitment, for the people to be in the military. Your comments are welcome. You know, definitely this involves you and I. We all know people we are people. We're involved in this. We are involved in this in this in this. Whatever you want to call this is, we're involved in it. I mean, it's very disappointing to think about. You think about the hype and the reality. It's a difference. Oh, he's the most beautiful. She's the most beautiful. Oh, the most interesting person I've ever met. And then when you meet the person or meet the thing, you go, hmm. You know, you have to go. And then, is this device all this great? Is it really all that great? Uh, is this going to take my job? What job? Oh, what a job! All computer job, all typing jobs, all keyboard jobs. It'll be changed, yes, because you have too many people that are swayed by useless talk. Useless talk. And they'll be taking they're smoking this and that, taking this and that drug. Yeah, because they just cannot believe that anyone or anything, any group would tell stories to them, lie to them, however you want to call it. People will say anything, some people, to gain what they need or they think they need, they must have. And the more you take a billionaire, trillionaire, even a millionaire, what you have to go through, you walk over a lot of people. It's almost like you crush a lot of dreams. AI, even saying it's fabulous when it's not, is crushing a lot of dreams. When you go to college and you get out of high school or get out of, 4-year college, 5-year college, 6-year med school, whatever. How exciting, how excited can you be when you're believing there's no job for you? You can't get experience. Okay, so you can intern. You can become most of someone's lover, someone's girlfriend. boyfriend, whatever. There are these are all you can go to the right parties. All these ways. You can also have your family friends. So it's but what if you don't have any of those things? What if you don't want to do any of these things? What if you feel that I'm smart enough on this and this, I'm enough as I am. And I don't believe that artificial intelligence is going to take my job. And I don't want to be dying on some kind of like foreign, African continent or Middle Eastern desert, etc., etc. Or I don't want to be, in the Bermuda Triangle being in 1,000 pieces, and because the Venezuelan military is like, shooting me down. Very precarious situation, isn't it? Very precarious. What can we do about this? Well, first of all, we can don't believe it. Don't believe it. Number one, don't believe it. And think of who is spinning all stories, these sagas, Mayas, this stuff. And start reading a lot from a lot of different sources. So you can judge what is phony and what is not so phony. I myself want people to think about why all these things are happening now. There's lots of reasons. Yes. And a lot of it is greed. Greed, greed, greed. It's always part of things, greed. Especially when it's on a mammoth, huge, gigantic, colossal size. Gigantus, gargantuan. But it's our lives, people. It's our lives. And AI coming for your job, well, if all these industries are falling apart, if commercial space is the commercial real estate is falling apart, if you can go, if New York City, for instance, just passed 3 casinos, gambling places, gambling joints, plus it already has like legal pot marijuana shops all over the place. Now people go around all stoned, and of course the crime rate is the crime rate. But we're having legal casinos, gambling, prostitution, stuff like that. Now, which of course means more military, more disorder, and blah, blah, blah. But if we had a thriving culture, a thriving business, would this be tolerated? Would it be tolerated? Would that sector be acceptable? And all this digital, I mean, we all like digital things. Yeah, it's a part of our lives. However, to have it go to a point where it's top heavy, it's too much. It gets overkill. It's like eating a lot of chocolate, right? A lot of sweets. Yeah, a nibble here is nice. But over and over and over and over again, you get sick of it. Hello, Bauchita. Pronouncing your name outrageously wrong, but hello, how are you? Hi. Hi. You know, it's so strange though. It's very, very strange to see how that you cannot think like directly, like, oh, you're supposed to go like, AI is going to take my job, right? AI is going to take my job. But then again, you have to think that why is someone saying that? Why is someone saying that, right? Why is someone saying such a thing like that? Especially, excuse me, especially when you're dealing with failing economies, failing infrastructure. When at a time that people need each other so much, why are we being forced into like little tiny cubicles, right? Little tiny isolated cubicles with a whole, why are we living in these artificial realities? Why is this where you want to go? That's the thing. You have people all over the world, Israelis, um, Syrians, United States people, all dissatisfied with Venezuela, all dissatisfied with how their elected leaders are running the show, running the show, running the show. What are they doing? Are they making you happy? Are they trying to make you happy? Are they trying to make their citizens? What is this insanity? That's what you have to think. What is this? Who's planning this chicken show? This third-rate horror house? Who's planning it? That's the question. And as soon as we get close, and all these things are distractions. All these things are distractions to put down total control through, feudal, medievals, dark ages type stuff. Now, the easier things get, the more we become detached, the more control factors are put barriers in terms of you're going to die, you're going to get a germs, you're not going to have a job. That's the latest thing. Not going to get a job, not going to have a job, not going to have a job. Seriously, we wire your brain pattern, thought patterns, talk patterns, because you're not going to have a job. You're not. That's what the thing right now is. They already did the germ thing. Okay, get some germs. Okay, get over it. Eat some garlic, take some medicine, lay down, go to sleep, and shut up, right? But now the whole thing is, you're not going to have a job. You're not going to have a job. And underneath of it all, we go into this, the prices, the tariffs of paying off these things, not having the food. Food, it's going to escalate. It's not going to come cheaper. Prices, it's not nice. Even though we're told in the United States it's abundance, it's fabulous, it's this, it's that, and we're working. Maybe you have a job, but there are many, 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 many others that have no job. Towns are becoming ghost towns. Cities, ghost cities. People are afraid to come out for a long time. They're afraid to go out after 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Even up in the mountains, they used to put down, so the snowplow would come. And then they would put down dirt. Even if it was radioactive dirt in the cities, they would still put down dirt on the grounds. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Cutting back. Don't have the funds or some reason behind it all. behind it all. Again, thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's the outlook for 2026. Pushing, 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 pushing. It's a resistance. And of course, they're going to call it another thing altogether. Who ever heard of domestic terrorists as opposed to not agreeing? My kitty cat's there. Of not agreeing with the message. And what is the message? The message. Yes. All comments are welcome. Don't be afraid to jump in there and like write out a comment because it's all of our lives. It's all of us. We're in this together, and we all always have to think about the ulterior motive. Why? The why of it all. Not like the reaction that's going to be fed to us, but why? Why? Why must certain nations be destroyed? Why? Power shift? Hmm. Too many people? Hmm. All these things. Thank you for the likes. Thank you very much. Any comments? All comments are welcomed. Only together can we get through all of this. Remember that. Thank you for the likes. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. For all your comments, what do you think about AI taking your job and the U.S. military recruitment idea, plan, scheme? Sounds like a winner to me. And to the cosmic energies. Hi, Ravira. How are you? What do you think? Thank you for the likes. Appreciate it. What do you think is going on with this whole AI is so much better than us for everything? Wow. If AI was so great, let's just say hypothetically, then why would they wait till now to get on with it? When we all know that they really, things are like at least 40 to 70 years in the pipeline, probably longer, before they even make the break of dawn for society, for the members of the population. That being said, still, AI taking your jobs, well, AI is pretty much going around already. And people are clamoring, oh, give me a human. Human, please, a real person. You can't replace a human being with a person. I mean, you can have them pick up the trash and stuff like that. Now they're already doing it. But it won't work. It's a ploy. It's a ploy to get people to freak out, feel bad, and join the military to fight the endless wars which are being orchestrated by the leaders of different countries. I mean, what is it now? It's Cambodia and Thailand are fighting, India and Pakistan are fighting, US and Nigeria are fighting, US and um, financing Israeli wars. Syria, there's Lebanon, Venezuela, Mexico, Colombia, all and wanting the purchase of Greenland. All these things. All these things. I mean, it's much too much. It's much too much. And then calling people names because they don't agree with you. Our leaders are doing that one to one. And of course, Ukraine. Oh, how can I forget Ukraine? Ukraine should have been over a long time ago. But it's not even close to being settled. And I love the way they talk about peace in this country and elsewhere. And it's not the idea of a tranquillities or tranquil environment. No, something else. So if they could just make stories about these few things, they're not few, but things. I mean, there's too many times the official word has gone out. And what do you get? What? Thank you for the likes. What do you get with the official word? You get like, you know, a lot of holes, in your socks, a lot of Swiss cheese, a lot of openings. Too many openings to be solid. To be solid. Nah, there's too much. And not enough realism involved. Not enough realism at all. If you have any comments, please. Hi, Amber. How are you? How are you doing? What do you think about the AI, so-called AI religion? Tell me. Do you think it's a lot of talk, as usual, or do you think it's a prelude? It's the underlining reasoning to get people all frustrated. Oh, I won't have any job. I won't have any job when you join the military because you won't be able to pay your bills. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing that's being like echoed and said. And it's supposedly for the recent graduates, there's not going to be an entry job. There's not going to be a junior, middle job. There's not going to be anything. So, what is the solution? Think about it. The military. The military. 18 to 65, inclusive. Well, think about it, though. Think about it. Think about it, Amber. If you think of that, how do you get people to want to be in an army or navy? Or, I mean, first of all, you got to dry up the civil, the regular opportunities. Like, the days of going to school, learning a trade, getting into business, going to college, learning a trade, blah, blah. They seem to be drying up because the great God AI is going to take advantage of. It's going to be the lawyer. It's going to be the doctor. It's going to be the babysitter. It's going to be the garbage man. It's going to be the waiter. It's going to be the shoe shine boy. Ugh, it's endless, endless, endless. So something all that great. You got to think about, first of all, how are all these software programs, these data centers, and these robots are going to run anyhow? They're going to do everything, and we'll get this BS universal income thing, which is crap. I mean, you have countries so much in debt, trillions of dollars in debt, yet they're going to support their population to just sit around in easy boy chairs and play, and, and with your VR sets, playing video games, whatever. No, doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. It's not logical. So they got to have a scheme going on. Thank you for the likes. You got to think that way. When someone wants you to do something that is unpleasant, how do they make you do it? All right? First of all, they got to squeeze you tight. Squeeze, 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 and press, 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 press. And that's what's been happening. That is definitely what's been happening with the tariff taxes, the price of food, goods, things like that. I'm not saying keeping an atmosphere of like, oh, be afraid, be very afraid. And then we have the sex tintillations of the Epstein files, which goes across not only the United States, it goes across to Europe, it goes everywhere. It's basically, it's basically everywhere. I mean, I can't even think of one place that it's not. And that's ultra peculiar. Hi, Dawn. How are you? What do you think? What do you think? I mean, look at the mess England's in. I mean, all these things, and like having a few sacrificial people, like Prince Andrew. Oh, he's been like through the mill. But I mean, the whole royal family. That's an unreported or unspoken. I mean, and the other trillionaires, billionaires, have their legacy intact, or is not to be touched. Not to be touched, more or less. But we're talking about war. It's like, they're all vying for who's going to be top place. And of course, you see in any city, Philadelphia, New York, Berlin, Paris, I mean, they suck. There's garbage everywhere. There's people demoralized. The smell of like drugs are everywhere. And of course, is moral decay. You can simply say there's moral decay. And what more do they put the people in the military? Work them into shape. There's a reason why they've been taking, like, before they used to say a couple of years ago, or even a year ago, body positivity. No matter how overweight or whatever you were, it was beautiful. Now they're saying take all these pills and lose weight. Everybody's shrinking. No, we lost all the weight for a reason. Now we got to get some muscles. Where better way to get muscles than in the army? In the army, in the military. Work it out. Not just because, I mean, the strong will survive, right? The weak will fall away to the wayside, the strong. And since we have like people taking, like in New York, gambling is coming in, casino, gambling with its prostitution. And it's, of course, drugs are legal in the United States and many, many states, especially New York. I mean, You could be stoned as much as you want. You could be a pothead. So what? And then they have like open places where if you were on harder drugs, if you can use the word harder, different other drugs, you could go in there and have clean injection tools and stuff like that. It's whacked. It's whacked. It's really whacked. Thank you for the likes. So I mean, we have this kind of like falling apart fast. There's no hope. Shut up and don't think anything that I don't say in newspapers or the TV. Don't think anything like that. I mean, that's kind of the vibration. I'm surmising. I'm not power. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically it. It's basically it. So that stinks, doesn't it? So the military will straighten you out, will get you flying right, supportive of the country, and things like that. But that's also just to prepare for the wars, the 7 or 8 wars that the United States is doing. Let's see, how many wars is the United States doing and or planning on? Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico, Greenland. Trump keeps on saying he's not going to like give up Greenland. That's 4. We have Gaza. We have Syria, supporting it too. We have Lebanon. We have Nigeria and we have Taiwan. That's 9 wars right there. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of them too, because we're also probably have some arms dealers are probably also in India, Pakistan thing, somewhat, and I'm sure in the Cambodia, Thailand, also disagreement. There's things. So I mean, we have. Oh, of course, in this Ukraine. Oh, excuse me, Ukraine, and as more and more people get bankrupt, small businesses, and they have to let people go, and larger firms are like pushing AI, software, and we hear this chirpy little machines going, "Hi, can I help you? Now I can do this. Oh, let me help you. Oh, but what is your things? They're just talking around in circles, and that is kind of yuck. That's yuck. That's That's not going to run any type of company. It's not going to run anything. You can see that spiral. Human contact is beautiful. Knowing that a real human is speaking to you, thinking about you, engaged in you. You're not going to, that cannot be supplanted. Now, do I care who picks up my garbage? Well, you have these hybrids going around, hybrid. You have these big garbage trucks that have 2 people just to talk to each other and keep the other from going to sleep. You get the idea. And buttons. Then you have this big robot part of the machine that picks up the trash, empty. I can't say that word right now. Empty it. And then puts it back in its proper facility. So you already have like half and half going. And that's probably where it will stand for quite a while, half and half. Because if you have a completely autonomous, non-human driving vehicle, as we had in LA, when 1/3 of LA, the lights went off, all over there, they had a shortage, blackout. Who did the heavy lifting? Everything stopped. So you do need somebody with a biped, a human, to walk down and press a few buttons. You can't rely on software or robots alone. Robots can always be reprogrammed by anybody. Anybody with a sense of simple code. Because one thing we know with these organizations, the bigger they are, the more used and outdated the software is. No matter how much they profess to be stellar, great. They always are cutting messages, measurements, and cutting things to get the most for the least. And that is a very human thing to do. However, when you're dealing with technology, when you're not having unique set of code, anybody can come along and put a few little lines into your device, right? It's called hacking. We all know that word, hacking. So there's so many variables to work out those codes. And of course you can have like face scans, you could have iris scans, biometrics. Biometrics isn't stopping crime, is it? Biometrics isn't stopping making New York City a wonderland, or Philadelphia or Berlin a wonderland, is it? No. No, it's still not stopping the filth, the slaughter, and the patheticness of people who are, you could call them almost lost, people who are lost, unless you're exterminating them. And they're doing their best with endless wars, synthetic food, 3D printed meats, proteins, things like that. They're doing their best. Thank you very much for the likes. They're doing their best. And yet we're supposed to say, oh, I can always eat worms, mealy worms, and whatnots. And I can drink, it's endless, it's endlessly gross, but you get the idea. You know, they compost your body to put on the chemically laden soil from the chemtrails in the sky. It's just, things are a mess. And if we don't acknowledge that things are a mess, more than going around and thinking and believing that power is might, and all these slogans. AI will take your job. No. The economies that we live in are just falling apart so badly that all we need is a few vending machines, right? A few vending machines and a debit card to put through to procure whatever need there is. We're getting more, especially since the masses are supposed to, in the United States anyway, live in tiny little houses, have tiny little lives, where our affluent members have palatial 4 or 5 mansions, maybe 20, 30,000 plus feet each. Even in England, the royal family, they have these castles, these really elegant castles and staff. And how much do they pay for the 100-year rentals lease agreement they get? They pay like a 2,000 USD for the year. 2,000, 3,000 USD for the whole thing. You can't, in the countryside of New York, you can't even get a 2x4 cardboard studio for 2,000 USD a year, right? No. So there's a big divide, and people should be outraged at this gap. And for what? Breaking your back, making you sweat, and keeping you in a state of nerves. Why? Because it's called human reduction. So what better thing is to say, humans, you have no means of production, you can't make a living, you can't support yourself, and join the military. Because AI will be better than you ever. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. I mean, but the thing that's being overlooked all the time is the fact that we humans, I'm talking humans, that's the key word here, we humans, I don't care what country flag you go over, what is your this and what is your that, we're humans, right? We're humans. There's a lot, certain group of peoples are making too much, a small group, is trying to suppress the larger group too much. Doesn't that make you suspicious right then and there? It's not just like somebody's going to come after you with a pitchfork and stuff like that. No, it's something more subtler, something more intrinsic, something like the power of being human has been totally snuffed, quieted, buried. Now, all these things that they want these ridiculous AI machines to do, tracking things, like eavesdropping, taking pictures of us doing things, all sorts of things like that. That is something like everyone's heard of the word telepathy. Telepathy, right? Telepathy. No, we don't need to have a telephone. We really don't. We don't need to leave a tape of a message. We have the ability, if we weren't constantly bombarded with fear, negativity, lower energy, of developing our abilities, our abilities, our human abilities. And they're more than just the 4 or 5 little senses that we're like giving halfway credit to have: touch, feel, smell, like that. Much more, much more. And the thing is, we have to get together and work on it ourselves, because the cosmos, the cosmic energy is vast, and we have a portion of it. We can tap it. We can tap it. We're not just going to sit in front of some programming or third-rate D level, Z level movie, flick, artwork. No. We're not going to be thinking only about our reproductive glands or organs, or, in other words, our sex. Sex is a small part of life. But yet, as the dying societies become even faster into the garbage heap, that's all we are being programmed to do. We start young too with our children. Instead of giving them a bloody telescope or microscope, no. We're giving them, what is your sexual fantasy? Kids don't even, they're not even like, they can hardly, like, their motor skills aren't even together. But yet we're trying to condition them to be playmates or something a healthy society should not do. Should not do. Cosmic society should not do. So when talking about the cosmos too, you think about it. Now, right now we have 3i Atlas. Oh, the unusual comet, I'll use the word comet loosely, that has almost 20 conditions or circumstances that hasn't been registered before. And then we have another one going, like clockwork, counterclockwork. We have R2 Swan. And we have other things in the sky too that they're not telling us. Of course, we had Oumuamua. We have many, 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 many things, which is Hawaiian for scout. Remember that, scout. And all these things I just mentioned, these interstellar visitors, I'll use that word, all come from the same radio signal that happened in 1977. 1977. It's quite a while ago. That's like 50 years ago. Isn't it something, just saying it briefly? That's a long time ago. And NASA, all these in the EU, space things, they won't tell you anything other than, be afraid. You're stupid. We're stupid. You are stupid. We're not. Like that. Why are they trying to dumb us down further and further and further and further? Why? Because we hold the key. We hold the key. Humans hold the key. And what are they trying to do? They're trying to constantly make hamburger meat, ground beef out of us. Because our wonderment and our potential. Other societies, they weren't so oppressed. Others were more oppressed than us. But, willingly, what they're doing is saying, go this way, people. Go this way. And then it's like almost like, I think in 1990s, 1991, something like that, there was a concert, and the infamous P. Diddy held the concert. And this place that he was having his show, it was a game, actually. It was a celebrity basketball game. And let's check this out. Now, this place that he was having, they were having a celebrity for charity, everything's for charity. It only could hold like, I don't know, 25,000 people, 27,000 people. But yet, I only had, one exit and one, entrance. Very small place, very small place. I mean, if you've ever been in a place that can only hold like a couple thousand people, that's not big. Yet they let in 5,000 people. And the people kept on going in. And what happened was 9 people died. Almost 30 people were injured. And they just kept on walking through this entrance, crushing each other. No, that's the brains. It's jumping off a cliff. That was an experiment. And after that incident, P. Diddy became the man he is today. He became this success because he went through some sort of small group ritual. Let's put it that way. What else can you call it? So, I mean, you have to understand that we're being led into a mess. A mess. Now, we can willingly go through and not think about it because it's being said. You can think AI is coming from my job and I don't have any job, so I better join the military because at least they'll clothe, feed, and etc. me. Or you can think about the purpose. Why is all this crazy crap happening? Why is all this messed up? Am I just walking through a little tiny room just to get crushed to death? Think about it. And who's running this show, E2? Who's running this show? And for who's to gain and who's to lose? It's a lot of things going on. A lot of things. And it's an open, nobody's really hiding too much. Of course, they're titillating us with Epstein stuff, which is, again, below the belt, sexual things, because that's all they think that we're capable of understanding. Genitalia, genital stimulation, not mental stimulation, not spiritual stimulation. Spiritual stimulation, think again. You have to examine, like, what are certain things being used for? Think of the beauty of like yoga, right? Yoga is very asanas, you get into positions and they benefit your health. But how many yoga teachers have you met that just seem off? And how many places where you go and learn the yoga, like ashrams, centers, they have the craziest people there. The craziest. And would you trust them with your kid? I know some of these ashrams are full of like little demigods of little petty people. And then they have people that are not, that like, I mean, they have hierarchy worse than the royal family. It's crazy. And it's really crazy. It's really nuts. These people that try and, maybe it's human nature, always trying to pull something over on each other. But we have to get beyond that to join the universe, the cosmos. The cosmic energy has no time for like all this crap. And people are going to resist. They are resisting. That's why they're following AI. Instead of realizing AI code is a mess. It's a mess. Human code is a mess, let alone machine code, which machine code, making programming comes from somebody human making it, and then the machines just reproduce, provided they get enough cooling temperatures to keep the machine going around the clock. It's all these things. I mean, it's very simple and it's a little mechanical. It is mechanical. It's machines. Well, think about it. Think about how simple and overtly trying to make with elements of fear and insecurities and depression are what they're trying to do to us. Us. Think about it. And think about who and what gains at the end. And how are you going to get your life together? You're going to, think about it. Think about it. It's something to be thought about and discussed. And thank you again for the likes. And if you, of course, would like to have any type of reading, just let me know, type a question away or whatever. And because it is something that we all have our individual situations, our individual missions. Missions, put it that way. What is your mission? It's not to cram yourself into a room that's overfull with a whole lot of mindless activity or acting out somebody's part of some ritual dance, ritual act. And who has done the ritual acts? Well, there's Travis Scott, all those people that were killed in his concert. There's also Ariana Grande, all those people in Manchester, England that were like killed. Huh? It goes on the list. Rituals, rituals, rituals. And for who's to gain?